Good evening, Lucas. I hope you're having a good day today. Well, it's been a week since that really eventful stream that a lot of people managed to turn up. How is everyone doing this evening? I think, Matsy, thank you for joining in. Corvoy, aka Akane, aka Connie, welcome to the stream. Haven't seen you all in an entire week. So this is still the pre-stream. Probably I'll wait till the stream formally starts in about 15 minutes before I... Oh, Trumpet, thank you for gifting a membership. No, I've got to turn this off. I'm going to turn off Streamlabs. Oh no, this sucks. Lucas, pardon me, I'm going to turn off Streamlabs for a moment. This is not... I'm going to turn off Streamlabs for a moment. This is not ideal. I was wondering what else I had to do. Alert box. I have to turn off what's this called? How do I turn this off? Turn this off. No, it should be off. Okay, what else do I need? Filterify, there we go. Turn off. Save. I'm doing okay. I am doing okay. Let me see. Gotta turn off everything. Let me check. YouTube. Turn off. Wait, no, I don't have to turn it off. And save this. I need to turn off. No, this seems fine as well. Okay, something is fine. Why do you have to stream at night, Badmin? How am I supposed to draw Badmin off? Right now it's conflicting with my schedule. I am speechless. Very speechless. You should be ashamed of yourself. Very ashamed. Extremely ashamed of yourself. What comment is this? Seriously, what comment is this? But anyway, I need to settle things. I need to do some housekeeping. I'm sorry. I need to do some housekeeping. Let me see. Oh yes. Let me see. The gaming sessions will take place in August. Long story short, the gaming session is going to be taking place in August. As you probably already know from my schedule for July, it is very all over the place, so I don't think I'll be able to do a lot of things in an extended period of time. I need to wait till another chance I get to do daytime streams. So that will have to wait for August. And let me see. The fan fiction stream, I'll choose one of the days. Maybe I'll also do it in August or I'll do it in July. I will probably let you all know. It's up in the air whether I want to do it on Twitch or whether I want to do it on YouTube. That'll be funny. Or not. Basically, I have to bring back my... I'm in a writer's blog, as you all probably already know. I don't celebrate July 4th. I'm not an American. But I did wish you all a July 4th. A night stream is alright from time to time. At least I'll manage to watch it since by that time I'm already home after work. Yeah, welcome to the stream for quite a while. What am I not noticing? Mo-chan, what am I not noticing? What am I not noticing? What am I not noticing? That seems correct. Thank you for the sub, Jack Jirachi. Should I move it smaller? Let me see. Maybe I could move it a bit smaller. That'll be fine. Good. Tell me, Mo-chan, I did not notice. You have to tell me. Sometimes I really don't know what it is. What's that special something I did not notice? Tell me. We have 10 minutes, so tell me. X is good evening? Good morning? I don't know what time it is at your place. Mo-chan. What is it? Oh my goodness. Ban fiction, no. Ban misery. Doro gay. Did something happen? I don't know, that's the question. It seems Mo-chan and maybe a few other lurkers are aware of something that I am not. Oh, Backstreet Boys. Very nice, Ambro, very romantic. Okay, I think maybe it's nothing. Well, 32 lurkers before the stream even started. That's nice. Yeah, Lurker-chan is... Well, Lurker-chan is working at... Lurker-chan, she is at the... Let me see. Western... Lurker-chan is a Westerner and Mo-chan is Asian. So, yeah. She will be around in about, give or take, maybe an hour or so. Too early. The stream starts way too early for her today. Alright, so I will, since I will get the charts. Wait, what the hell is this? Close this. I'm not in the mood, not now, not in the mood right now. I hope that Streamlabs isn't going to misbehave again. It should not. It should not. Seems fine. Everything seems about fine. This is off. Everything is off. Okay, everything is off. Good. I will leave it at that for now. Okay. Since this is still the pre-stream, I'm just gonna give you all a bit of a briefing. This will be my stream schedule for the month. I hope it is not too confusing. Is it confusing? I hope it's not too confusing. So, it is night streams for this month. It will be primarily night streams for this month. And I hope it is very... I hope it's very self-explanatory. The YouTube logo means it's on YouTube. The Twitch logo means it's on Twitch. Unless I improve my internet, tentatively I have tried, but I don't think it is very sustainable just yet. Multi-streaming, I have to plan it out a bit more when I get enough time. So for now, I am still a bit worried with the whole copyright things with YouTube and Twitch. But one day I'll think about if there's anything that is like a lot of talking and not a lot of watch along. I'll probably do a multi-stream if I got the internet bandwidth to do that. Oh yeah, this coming 11th July, the night stream. So this coming Friday, I will just tell you, Red dragged me into something special, something odd again. You know Ratanab. He dragged me into something very, very odd, and I am going to see whether I am able to wrestle with whatever he has in store. It is going to be another big party game of sorts that I'm going to suck at. Oops, sorry. Those I do have to put the YouTube thing at the very center. Okay, I will have to put it at the very center. And now we reduce the size. Look up Restream, very easy to multi-stream from it. I've been using item multi-streaming and that leeches off bandwidth. Maybe I'll check Restream this time, if it's not sustainable. If it's not sustainable using item because of the bandwidth leeching, so probably I will have to resort to Restream. But Malcolm, thank you for the resub. Or re-membership. I'm sorry, that's Twitch. Okay. Anyway, less about me. We have about 2 more minutes before the stream properly starts. Let's ask about how have you all been? How have you all been? YouTube members continue until you cancel it all, or the card very interesting. I've not heard of that. I thought they were all just like, once your monthly membership expires, you just have to wait until they resub. Or is that just only for gifted memberships? Gifted memberships are like expired, right? Good evening, Roy. Go grab some dinner. I will still be here. Oh, I get it now. I get it now. Gifted. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, gifted memberships last a month. That's the one that requires renewal. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Can't think of a nice idea for an art contest I'm thinking of joining. What's the criteria, Emerald? Did they ask for any criteria? Fantasy, sci-fi, action, something cool, something cozy, something romantic. What is it? What I ask? Is there any specific theme? Because I have a few ideas. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you for the information, Trumpet. I'm still very new to all of this. I play on my phone. That's the thing. I play on my phone. So... I don't really plan... I'm not really a big fan of playing mobile games on PC. One day maybe I'll mirror the game on my phone. I'll see how it works one day. But that's something that I'm not really thinking about. You can link Horse Game on your phone to the PC version. I will have a look. I will have a look and see how much trouble it is. Whether it's worth the trouble or not. Let me see. Umamusu. Holy crapperoni, what? Oh no, that's a different game. That's a different game. Where is the other game? Oh, is that like a standalone launcher? Is it on Steam? Is it on Steam? Is it on Steam? The free-to-play one? Is it under a different name? For some reason, I can't seem to find it. There is one on Steam right now, but that is a paid game. Yeah. That is a paid game. Very, very odd. It is not appearing on my Steam page. Nope, it's not appearing on my Steam page for some reason. Oh wait. Oh, I found it. I found it. Okay. Damn it, I found it. It was my Steam. It was... Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I filtered it out because I specifically excluded sports games from the list. Okay. I will choose a... I'll see how much trouble it's worth to set it out on PC, but that's not for today. Today I have a different topic. And surprise, surprise, it is time. Hold on. Is Small? Oh, Small! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for dropping by again. I am so grateful. Thank you for dropping by in the stream again. Today, I'm gonna start. Okay. Alright. Why did Uma Musume Sunny blow up? Why didn't it blow up? It just came out for the global release. It is an extremely popular game in Japan. And now it's up for the global release. Of course, it will blow up. And of course, Asmongold also picked it up. So, it makes sense. Asmongold also gave it a try on stream and he kinda, well... He went full Roach Lord Gambling Master. Obsessed with the... Goat Ship is basically if the Wabbajack or Sheogorath is a horse. Really, literally is. If Ghost Ship were to be isekai to the Elder Scrolls world, or if Sheogorath were to be isekai into the Uma Musume world, Ghost Ship and Sheogorath will be the same person. For real, for real. Excluding sports games, wow. Yes. Alright, let me catch my breath. Because it's gonna be a very doozy topic for tonight. A doozy topic. Okay. Lurkers, I want to ask you all a question. I'm setting a bit of a mood here. Any of you lurkers remember what it was like to play games in the late 2000s and the early 2010s? Do y'all remember it? Lurkers, do y'all remember vividly? Do you remember how it was to play a game that you really love on the PS2, the PS3, or the Xbox 360, or the old PC games? Put in the disc, install the data into your HUD. Well, when it comes to PS2, just put in the disc and it runs. All the game data is in that DVD. For as long as your PS2 functions, for as long as that game still exists in your library, you can play it forever. Until one of those things break, basically. That was ownership. Or alternatively, you buy a PC game, all the data is in the CDs and the DVDs. Just fill in the CD key. Make sure your CD is in the disc tray while you launch the game. Never a problem. 100 years from now, it will still run the same as long as you maintain your CD and you maintain your PC. Zena, let's keep it a little bit TOS friendly. I'm sure we know about the alternative methods, but let's keep it TOS friendly for the purposes of this little reminiscing. And there were those rare times that you were buying those really old PC Power Play CDs or the old PlayStation magazines. Came with a fancy little demo disc, and the disc had a game on it. Sometimes something went wrong and you managed to unlock the full version of the game on the demo disc. Oh, those were the stories. Those really were the stories. Well, whatever happened to those times, lurkers? Explain, please. Lurkers, tell me what happened to those good old days. What happened? What happened to those good old days when you literally just had to install something? Where you literally just had to buy a freaking CD and everything is there. What happened to those good old days? Whatever happened to those good old days when even in a purely multiplayer game where the online services have long gone but you still have the physical copy of the game, you can go somewhere, find a community of people who plays the games that you want to play and they organize a server. You can still keep playing the game for as long as there are still people devoted to it. What happened to those days? Oh my goodness, Kirby Fan 4 is 5 a.m. Thank you. Good morning to you and have a good day. I can't really blame. Yeah, I can't really disagree with that. For as much as I do like Steam as it is now, Steam was really the beginning of the end, wasn't it? Yeah. As much as I am a fan of Steam. But in a way, Steam, how much can you actually, I mean, yeah, you can kind of blame Steam, but how much can you actually blame Steam for when the publishers and the current game devs go as far as they do right now? Personally, I don't know how far we can put the blame on solely on Steam and Valve. Well, there's a lot of things that have been happening. So, let's start off easy. It all started. It has been happening quite consistently already for the past few years, but I think everything snapped. I'm sure you already know, everything really snapped the moment Ubisoft basically said that, oh, I'm sorry you paid so much money, at that point in time, $60. I'm sorry you paid $60 for a game called The Crew, and you may want to still play it. The offline matches, the single player matches, whatever, what have you. We are shutting down servers, and that means that your game cannot be played anymore. I'm so sorry, but you cannot. You cannot do that anymore. Destroy your copy of the game because it is not valid anymore. But what about all my money? I paid money to buy this game. Why can I not play it anymore? Oh, too bad. We had sunset clauses. We decide when it's profitable enough to maintain the servers and when it is not. And too bad for you, it is not now. Remember Overwatch 1? That game doesn't exist anymore. Good night, Ambro. Go sleep. Remember Overwatch 1? That game does not exist anymore. You have a physical disc laying around in your house? Tough luck. It's worth nothing. It has nothing. Now all you have is a dumbed down version called Overwatch 2. And now recently in the news, Anthem. Say what you want about Anthem. Let me just check. Okay. Say what you want about Anthem. $5 million people bought the game. Roughly estimated. 5 million people bought the game. And let's just say for argument's sake that Worst case scenario, half of the player base refunded the game because it was crap. Let's just say for argument's sake. That is still around 2.5 million people who still have the game. And now, EA. Now. EA has decided that by January of next year, the game is going to be shut down. Servers and all. Let's just say for argument's sake that if you're being extremely conservative, there's about 2.5 million players for Anthem. 2.5 million people who bought Anthem. After taking into account the worst case scenario, 50% refunds, let's just say, for argument's sake. Or if you want to be a bit more realistic, let's just say 4 million. 4 million people paid money for this game. And now, EA decided that the game is not profitable enough. Fair enough, the game is not profitable. Obviously, people didn't like what they played. They saw the potential by end up being all but nothing. Fair enough. But here's the thing, your money is gone. You have nothing to show for it. It just disappeared. That's what EA is planning to do by January. If you are one of those handful of players who are still playing Anthem, enjoy while you can. Because by the time January 2026 rolls past, that game is gone. You can't even open it, you can't even launch it, and EA is not going to give you back any money. EA is not going to give you back any money. Good morning to you, Lurke-chan. I'm quite impressed you managed to make it so early, but welcome to the stream. A maximum of 5 million people to a minimum of 2.5 million people. You're never getting the game back. At least if you were living in 2009 or 2010 or 2007, any other time like that, at least Anthem was still, at least if that game came out back then, you'd still have the data, you still have the copies. You can still look hard enough on the internet and find a group of players still dedicated enough to play together. But not now. Oh no, not now, not now. Not now! Of course not now, of course not now. Poof! No refunds, game is gone, sorry. That's what EA is basically telling you. That is what EA is basically telling you. You filthy. This pisses me off so much. This makes me so mad. Oh, shut up, Forbes. Shut up. This makes me so mad. These large publishers, they are really pushing their luck. They're pushing it. They keep pushing and pushing and pushing. They keep scamming you and screwing you over. They sell you a game that you have to pay $70. It flops. It's a whole pile of trash. and under big trash. There could have been something special, but it turned out to be trash. Hello, Armchair Expert. Welcome to the stream. I'm sorry I'm in a bad mood right now. And one day, just one day, your $70 goes poof, gone. That disc you bought, there is nothing in it. That disc just holds a key that you used to redeem a game on your Origin launcher to download. There is literally nothing in there. And it is disgusting. I saw games degenerate since the early 2000s. I think that's your side controller. I don't have a Discord ping right now. No one sent me anything. I have seen it go so bad. Back in the old days, the days of the PS1, Final Fantasy IX, for instance, the full game is in the box. And it is all separated into 4 CDs. The entire data for the entire game is in the box. As long as you have a functioning PS1, as long as you have all 4 CDs, you can play the game for as long as you want. How about even recently? Well, not too recently, but kind of recently. 2007, 2008, Lost Odyssey. Monster of a game. 4 CDs. The data is in there. It's all in there. Or Metal Gear Solid 4 on the PS3. 3 CDs. Or 4 as well, I can't remember. 3 CDs, yeah, 3 CDs. Three discs. The data for the data for the game is all in those discs. As long as you have a functioning PS3, or as long as you have other means to simulate the functionality of a PS3, that game is there for you for the rest of your life, unless you break it or unless you sell it. Saratori Muth, thank you for dropping by and saying hello. And now, what a disgrace. What an absolute disgrace. Trumpet, thank you for the gifted. What an absolute disgrace. Now you go into now you buy a game on a PS5. You buy a game on a 2023, 2024, or even 2019 PC for a 2019 PC game. Or an Xbox Series S. You open the CD case. If you're lucky, if you're very, very lucky, you still have a disc, but the disc has nothing in it. All it has is a CD key which you use to redeem the game which you download. Nothing. Or you're even more pathetic, you open a disc, all it has is a CD key. A piece of plastic with the CD key written on it. With a key written on it. Oh, and now you download your game. I'm looking at you, Starfield. And one fine day, if it's an online game or a game with online functionalities, corporations like Ubisoft just realized it is not profitable. We are not making any more money developing maintaining this game. Cut it off. Your game is gone. and then moves on to this next point. I'm sure you already saw this. Stop killing games is not a sudden thing. It didn't happen suddenly. It was not because it's not because of some random gamer be like, oh, I have too little troubles in my life, I'm going to create a problem. No, it has been happening for years. We have lost count how many games have been gone because publishers think the way publishers structure a game now. They make it so that your game is intertwined so completely with their online servers, and the moment they shut it down, the game dies with it. Stop Killing Games is the initiative to try and address this problem. And I'm sure a lot of y'all have already read this. But for completeness sake, you can read it at your own time as well. So it is, you're correct. It is the culmination of many years of resentment and frustration. Long story short, what's the point of this whole... These are official petitions for EU as well as official petition in the UK. What is the point of Stop Killing Games? Long story short, remember the days of the late 2000s, how it was to play a game back then. Long story short, we just want it back to what it used to be. In a different way. This is not even saying that publishers and game devs have to support their game till the end of time. That is stupid. And the people who made this, well, Accursed Farms made it very clear that is a very stupid idea. And if anyone whosoever who suggests this type of misrepresentation, they are just trying to make it look bad. It is a very stupid proposition. Zenart, I'm going to show you later. We're going to read something later that's going to be very, very infuriating. I took a chance to read it and I was incensed. And it talks about something about video games being the art form, and let's just say some people have said some very, very stupid things, okay? Extremely stupid things. But long story short, these petitions, they are meant to be a foot through the door. They are meant to be a foot in the door. What they are supposed to do, what a petition is supposed to properly do, an official petition sanctioned by the government, what those type of petitions are meant to do is to open a conversation. I want you to remember this very clearly, because we're gonna... This rant about I'm gonna talk about today, this stream, is less about pirate software. In fact, it barely has... It has... I'm not focusing on pirate software for this situation. I'm not focusing on pirate software. But what instead I'm focusing is on some of the arguments given by some people online who are trying to throw shade at the petition, who are trying to throw shade at the campaign. That is the point I'm trying to discuss today. And lurkers, if any of you feel strongly about this, as we go through about this, you are very free to express your concerns. Very, very free to express your concerns. Because right now, it is like I showed you in the title of this stream, a gaming controversy ? Is it a gaming controversy? Is there anything controversial about this campaign? What is so controversial about saying you bought something, you have the right to use it for as long as you want? What is so controversial about that? What is so controversial about, I wish we bought games and owned games just like we did in the 2000s. I wish we owned game and bought games just like we did in the 90s. What is so controversial about that? Tell me, what's so controversial about that? What's so controversial about, let's say decades ago you bought a car, and decades later you put in okay, I'm gonna tell you a story, okay? This is another hypothetical. Let's just say, you bought a car, like a car in the 90s or the early 2000s. You love your car a lot. You take good care of it. Every year you take it to service. Every year you take it to maintenance. You change the oil, you change the tires, you change the upholstery, you change the seats, you change everything. Every single few years you fix everything. You maintain that car properly. Eventually one day, years after, the car manufacturer, the car brand says, oh, we are discontinuing this model of the car. That car that you bought of many years ago. Imagine one day, the moment that car manufacturer, the car brand says, we are discontinuing this car. Day after, your perfectly maintained car. Perfectly maintained. Engine, everything perfect. You go in, prepare to go to work. Or you need to go out, you need to drive out. Put your key into the ignition. Engine never goes to light. Engine never turns on again. The car never turns on again. And then you were confused. You're very confused. Then you take you have no idea, you call your mechanic. They tow the car, right? They tow the car in. And they read out, your mechanics will see through all of this and then check all of that. They'll say, what's the problem with my car, mechanic? What's the problem with my car? And it'll be like, oh, there's no problem with the car, it's perfect. But here's one problem. It has a kill switch on it. It has a kill switch on it. The moment... And how does it work is basically the moment this model of this car has been discontinued by the car brand, your car shuts down. I can't help you with that. I'm sorry you paid money for a car that now doesn't work anymore. And all this money you spent maintaining the car, every few $100s, few $1,000s, however much money over the years you put into maintaining your car, money down the drain. The car doesn't work anymore. The kill switch turned off your car forever. I'm sorry, we can't help you. Imagine the thought in your head. Imagine Imagine that type of scenario. Imagine it. The rage you would feel. The anger. The righteous anger. Imagine the car now. The day you bought the car is the day you bought the game. Every single maintenance you did, changing the oil, changing the tires, fixing the engine, those are little bits of microtransactions. Or subscription, whatever. Little bits of microtransactions. To make your car continue running optimally. And just one day, because the company that produces this car say that they are no longer supporting this model, they shut off every single model of this car everyone has ever bought. Maybe my example is very exaggerated. Maybe I am being a bit over the top. Maybe I am. But in principle, what is the meaningful difference in principle? What is the meaningful difference? What is the meaningful difference? Tell me, Lucas, what is the meaningful difference? Is there even a difference? When you look into the core principles of what I just said. This is why Stop Killing Games is so important. If they can do it for video games, what makes you think they won't do it for cars? What makes you think they won't do it for something else in the future? Not just about video games right now. Think about the setting of the quote-unquote new normals. The quote-unquote new normals. You will own nothing and you will be happy. There's another good example as well, Lurker-chan, but I think other lurkers get the point I'm trying to make. I hope. Can you imagine if this mindset was applied to every single industry in the world? Your Volkswagen Beetle? God. The old Toyota you have in your garage? Gone. Imagine. That old fridge you have that you have been maintaining all these years then still functions properly, but you have no reason to get a new fridge. Suddenly it just stops working, all your food spoils. Your indestructible Nokia from the old days. Nokia is, I don't even know. Yeah, your indestructible Nokia from the old days is literally just a rock now. A paperweight, a very powerful mace that you can't really even use. I think I've rambled on enough. I think you'll get the point enough, okay? I think you'll get the point enough. I have a feeling you all get the point enough. So stop killing games. Like I say, stop killing games. It is not a demand for game devs or game publishers to behave in a certain way. That was never the point of it. Well, it is. Well, we would dive into it a little bit more later, but right now, the petition is not to prescribe specific actions that will make the lives of game devs and game publishers any harder. It is just to start a conversation. And evidently, this is a conversation a lot of people want, including me. I can tell you, if I were a European, I would have voted. I would have signed this in a heartbeat. Because I remember what it used to be. I remember what things used to be. And if something like this, like in the video games, if in video games we get a chance to go back to what things used to be, I would take it. I would take that chance. If you're a European or you're an English, if you're British, sign your respective petitions. Mo-chan, I'm going to tell you some things later. Very interesting point you brought up, very interesting question you brought up. I'm going to talk about it later. So let's go on to the next point, okay? I guess we end up having to talk about pirate software in some way, didn't we? First things first. I have seen the arguments that pirate software has pushed forward. And I'm going to show you a document later that pretty much sums up everything, all of the so-called concerns that pirate software has given. And once you notice who wrote this document, you will start to realize that despite what pirate software claims to say about how he's, I'm also pro-consumer this, I'm also pro-consumer that, I care about the gamers, but I just think that this is not the right way to approach it and all that crap, okay? You will find out something very interesting later, I hope. Some of you probably have already watched the pirate software streams or snippets of the streams that talk about his issues with Stop Killing Games. And let's make no mistake, he was extremely, when he talked about it back then, when Stop Killing Games was not very, very well circulated. Not very well circulated, let's just put it that way. It was not gaining a lot of traction, it was not gaining a lot of signatures. When Pirate Software saw this, because one of his viewers sent this petition his way, hoping he would amplify it, Pirate Software says some very, very uncalled for things. You can watch the stream if you want. I don't really want to watch his entire stream again. But long story short, he said quite a few things. Some of them include, for instance, don't give me this trash to sign. Even if I could sign it, I will not sign it. He went through every single part of these petitions, basically throwing shade at every single part of it. And a lot of it was a lot of opinions, very strong opinions. Such as something that along the lines of, I am going to put my all into making sure this petition does not succeed. This petition is crap. My mask is off. I want it to fail. He said a lot of all these things. Of course, he said it in an even more rude manner. But basically, that was kind of what aggroed a lot of people against him. They saw his own streams saying those things. Did you see Pirate had an earlier stream that he deleted where he looked at the petition? Funny you mentioned that, Armchair, because we are going to go through a document very soon. I'm sure you already read the document. And I have seen Pirate Software's arguments against these petitions. Now, the ones that he is willing to not delete, as in basically his opposition of Stop Killing Games. We're going to cross-reference that with a document that's written by a group of people from Europe, from a lobbying party for video games in Europe. And when we read through the document, you will notice how, well, I'm not going to spoil it yet. You'll start to understand why Pirate Software deleted this stream where he actually got the point correctly. Because at that point in time, we all understand why he deleted the stream. That's one thing. It is, in my opinion at least, people are more tolerant. They are more accepting of people who are stupid rather than people who are liars. That's one thing I've noticed. If you are stupid, it's one thing. But if you're a liar, that's a whole different story. If you're pretending to be stupid as a means to lie, that is a whole different story. So that out of the way, let's get to it. Let's get to this. Before that though, I'm going to address some comments I have received over the past few days about this Stop Killing Games thing. So we'll start off with this. So this is a bunch of screen caps that I'll move aside. Okay, this is a bunch of screen caps that I have gathered while going through the whole Stop Killing Games chronology of sorts. Okay? We'll start from the most shameless to the dumbest, and then to those who actually have some point to make. Okay? We'll start from ridiculous to something that we might... Okay, let's sit down and have a think. And have a discussion. We'll go through the first half first. The silly ones. And then after that we can go to the... Okay, how am I going to structure this? Is firstly, we will go through the silly arguments. Godwin, thank you for joining. Thank you for the membership. We'll start off with the silly ones first. The silly arguments. And then after the silly arguments, we'll move to the document that I'm going to bring up. And then after we go through that document, we'll go through some smarter... Well, not smarter, but well, more reasonable discussions. So, I'll You understand, you'll keep track about it, I promise. You keep track, I'll promise. So we have the infamous one, Pirate Software, where he's low-key taking credit for Stop Killing Games being successful. No one made you the villain. Here's the thing. The most interesting narrative is that my video somehow killed the initiative. This graph shows that the initiative already had a downward trend in interest when my videos dropped. My video do not seem to have any impact on the movement at all. Making me the villain did though. Is that so? You mean to tell me we did not all see your streams where you went completely, as you said, mask off over this campaign? You said it yourself. I am going full mask off. I will do everything in my ability to make sure this campaign fails. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but the meaning is very apparent. It's very obvious. The meaning is so obvious. But we're not talking about Pirate Software. Every other YouTuber, VTuber, whoever has talked about Pirate Software in a lot of depth already. I don't think I have much more else to offer. Why is he so personally salty about this? You will find out soon as well. Well, might as well just tell you, okay? Pirate Software, as he stands, he was a co-founder, he was a co-founder from the way that the founders behave of a dev studio, or is it publisher, called Off-Brand Games. And Off-Brand Games has one game that is a reasonably popular game that is live service. And he also has another game that he's still developing till now, arguably even longer than Yandere Dev developing Yandere Simulator, and that's saying a lot, where apparently he has his own very special brand of DRM that is somehow, I don't know how he does it. I'm not a game developer, preface that by saying, but he bragged about having some kind of special DRM on his game. But that's neither here nor there. I want to get to this import, some silly points. So let's go to the center one. And this is what I call the stupid argument. This is the stupid argument part, center of the screen cap. So there was this person, JMP, it doesn't really matter who these are, but top here says, I feel like Knockout City is the prime example of what could be done. Servers were shut down by EA, publishing rights returned to the original devs. Now it's all completely free on Steam with the ability to host private servers, all skins unlocked. Okay, fair enough, right? The best compromise. A game is shut down. A game is shut down by a publisher. Source code and the rights go back to the developers. The developers had a heart, and they released a functional version of the game that you can play for indefinitely. Then comes this clown. Yeah, all those servers suck. The EU ones are toxic hackers. Plus, they are filled with like over 20 people. Imagine that on a larger scale with a more popular game like Fortnite. Who's got to manage things, especially for free? Okay, let's put it into perspective. So a company decides to stop running servers on their own and give you all the IP information to now run the service. You build your own server. It gets filled with people who like this game and want to play it. Eventually, though, people who like to hack and mod the servers will come and causing problems with the server, blah 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 blah. You have to find people who know how to maintain against hackers. Great, they don't stay long, blah blah blah. Most of there is because they don't want to dictate their lives or do it for free, which is fair. But you are just a private person running a server. You can't offer money on this. I'm certain you lurkers are starting to identify the issue with this argument, right? Burger Cat, I think you are starting to understand the problem, right? I think you'll notice there's a very stupid thing that's been coming up. So basically, what this person throwing shade at Stop Killing Games is trying to say is because there is a chance, because maintaining private servers or community servers, what have you, is a hard endeavor and is likely a thankless job, or likely you will not get paid for it other than your passion and hobby. And there is a chance that in community servers there's a higher risk of hackers or bad behavior, blah blah blah. Therefore, no gamer should have the right to play the game ever again when it shuts down. That's the argument that some people are trying to push. Because maintaining it post-sunset might be difficult. Therefore, no gamers should have the right to play the game ever again when it sunsets. Explain to me how that is a good argument, lurkers. Because the service is not as good as when it was pre-sunset, therefore no one should get the chance to play it even though they paid money for it. This is the argument that he went for. I'm trying to piece together the logic behind this. I'm trying to piece the logic behind this. I cannot. What type of logic is this? It's just like saying you would. It's just like saying you go into a restaurant or you go into a diner or whatever. You pay money for food, for a specific dish. You pay money for a specific dish. The cook who was in charge of that very specific dish left. Just so happens to leave. I know this is a very silly example, but the point still remains. The cook who was in charge of the dish you ordered just so happens to be gone by the time you place in the order. The restaurant? What does the restaurant do? They say, oh, we do not sell that food anymore and we can't give you a refund. Because if we got someone else to cook this dish for you, it may not be as good as the dish if it was cooked by that chef who left. Explain that to me. It may be a silly example, yeah, it could be a silly example, but that is the vibe I'm getting from this. That is the point. What point is that? Just cook it yourself if you don't like it. That was a wild argument. That is an extremely wild argument because post-sunset community-driven servers might not be as good as the publisher-supported servers. Therefore, when the game gets sunset, no gamer should get to play it. That is such a wild argument to me. This is another one. Well, we'll go through this later. Those are some things to discuss. Those are some things to properly discuss. More often than not, fan servers get it right more than the old devs, and that is actually an interesting point. The only real complaint you probably will have with fan servers is that are there enough players playing those games, especially games that have been sunset? But I think admins of reputable, admins of, I would say, if you have a fan server, you know the admin personally, you know the admin, whether it's from personally or through reputation. They are good at maintaining their servers. You will know that you're in good hands. The toxic behavior can be controlled well, even more so than a publisher, because there's that personal touch, there's the personal accountability. While in the publisher side, you have monolithic companies with people who are paid minimal wages, who may or may not do their job, or may even do their job arbitrarily doing stupid things. Or in current years, as some Facebook lurkers probably will remember, the infamous thing that happened a week ago, the infamous thing that happened a week ago, a whole bunch of Facebook pages got zucked temporarily, got banned and unpublished temporarily, because someone on Facebook thought it was a very good idea to let AI handle moderation. This is solved by letting anybody set up a server. Any group of 5 to 10 friends or enthusiasts who want to play it can do it easily. Yes. Let's move on. Let's move on to the documents. So, let's start off with this overview. This is from a European lobby group. Yeah, you hear lobby group. You hear lobby group and you instantly know it. You're in for a trip. You're in for a trip when you mention lobby group. Well, this is from Video Games Europe. It is a lobby group that represents a lot. Well, I won't spoil it for you. Basically, Video Games Europe is a lobby group, and they made an official statement on Stop Killing Games. Okay, let's read it together. It's not very long. Let's read hello. Let's read it slowly. We appreciate the passion of our community. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do appreciate the passion of the gamers. I'm sure you do. For certain. I'm sure. However, we appreciate the passion of gamers. However, let's continue. The decision to discontinue online services is multifaceted. Never taken lightly and must be an option for companies when an online experience is no longer commercially viable. No one's saying it's not. No one is forcing you to keep the service on forever. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. We understand that it can be disappointing for players, but when it does happen, the industry ensures that the players are given fair notice of the prospective changes. Oh, that makes things so much better, does it? Oh, that makes things so much better, does it? Oh, we are only have your best interest in mind, gamers. When we are robbing you of your money and your game, we'll just tell you in advance. We'll just tell you in advance. Aren't you so grateful to us, gamers? Gamers, aren't you so grateful? We have given you the courtesy of telling you in advance. Look how kind we are. Look how kind we are. Oh, I'm sorry, we cannot let you somehow play the game post-sunset. I'm sorry that is not possible, but at least we told you in advance, right? We told you in advance. That counts for something, right? Look how kind and considerate we are. Private servers are not always a viable alternative option for players as the protections will put in place to secure blah 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 blah, combat blah 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 will leave rights holders liable. How? People have brains. Well, people have brains, you know. If you're gonna say you're gonna sunset a game and you want nothing to do with it anymore, people have brains, they can read. Whatever players do with their private servers after the game is long dead is their problem. How are you dragging yourself into this problem to justify? Well, I'll tell you later. You'll find out the truth later. Again, you'll find out the truth later, okay? You'll find out the truth later. I can't help but spoil it. Let's continue. In addition, many titles are designed from the ground up to be online only. In effect, these proposals will curtail developer choice. No. Let's read the full document. This is just a summary. They released this. This is the full document. I think it's much better to read the full document. Much better to read the full document. This is the excuse. Long story short, this entire PDF is a glorified excuse. Let's see if I can make it a little bigger. Alright, let's get started. Close this stupid thing. We are off to a great start already. We are off to a great start. Jerhins, welcome to the stream. We are talking about a supposed, allegedly controversial gaming take. Allegedly. Corpo speak. The first paragraph is already corpo speak. This was what we just saw just now. We will just go through some key points later. I'm gonna just skim through it. I got a chance to read a bit of it already. Interactive creations, online video games evolve over time after their initial release. No one is disagreeing with that. This highly valuable by players required to compete in a market, involves significant ongoing development expenditure. A whole lot of waffling around. Not getting into the key points. Video game companies put. Lucas, do you remember your old days writing essays in school? Do you remember the old days of writing essays in schools? Where you have a very key point that you have to talk about in an essay, and you're like, the question will ask somewhere like something very specific. Is there something very specific, for instance, for argument's sake, let's say honey. Let's say honey. Like bees, honey, or that thing. And it will be like the honey industry is at a decline or blah 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 blah. Can you tell me what is the source of the decline of this industry or something like that? And your first few paragraphs is like, oh, this is a important product for blah 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 blah. You always the word count padding fluff. For instance, like the rise in, for instance, let's just say famines causing the rice paddies to die. And what do you think was the cause of all these famines? And you start off with your essay with, rice is a cornerstone of society and a staple food for society in many different countries. All that waffling around rather than going straight into the problem. Something like that. That's what I get from his part. It's a lot of nothing. It's all a whole load of nothing. When does it get to the point? Let's see. The right to decide now when, for how long to make online games vital in justifying a continued technical innovation. This is getting interesting. As rights holders and economic entities, video game companies must remain free to decide when an online game is no longer commercially viable to end continuous server support for their game. No one is stopping you. Sorry, I coughed there. If we go back to the Stop Killing Games website, if we went to Accursed Farms videos, no one is stopping you from ending service. No one. And spoiler alert, this was the exact same argument that Pirate Software gave. The exact same argument. This was the exact same argument Pirate Software gave. Imposing legal obligations to continue server support indefinitely. No one is doing that. No gamers expect you to do that. Accursed Farms, the guy who started the campaign, explicitly said this is not what they demand from publishers. And they are bringing this up as if this is what we want. This is so stupid. You're addressing a point that isn't even relevant. And that is why people had such a bad reaction towards Pirate Software. And why people keep calling him a liar and people keep calling him misrepresenting the point. This entire paragraph can go. This entire paragraph is irrelevant, it is stupid. It can all go. Because the petition didn't ask for this. In fact, the petition didn't even impose any specific demands. All the petition did was say, we would like games to be in a functional state post-sunset. We can have the talk after the petition passed, and we can come up with something that we are all happy with. That was the point of the petitions. And no point did it demand that game publishers and game devs continue to support a game for as long as it exists. Let's continue. You will have chilling effect on game design as disincentive to make such games available in Europe. Stupid point. Nothing else to add. Stupid point. Irrelevant. Stop Killing Games did not make this entire thing. Stop Killing Games didn't make this argument. So their straw man, it's a straw man. At this point, it is a straw man. You say it is a straw man, basically saying, oh, you want games to be in the functional state post-sunset? Oh, that just means you are forcing us poor developers to continue maintaining this game even after it's not commercially viable forever. No one said that. This is a straw man. So this whole paragraph is a straw man. This whole paragraph is just addressing a straw man. Here we go. Something different. All video games, whether digital or physical copies, are licensed. Oh yeah, they're licensed. They're licensed to... It has always been a license. But what makes it different is that when games first came out, the license is for you to enjoy a game in any way you want for as long as you want. That has always been the license for video games for decades. Since the 80s, since the first video games in the 80s. Since the 90s, since the 2000s, even the mid-2010s. For some reason, somewhere the late 2010s, something changed. Of course, we admit there is a license. But the license is insofar as to prevent you from reselling the game. The license is only insofar as for you to profit off the game. It is for your enjoyment. It is for your enjoyment as your own personal property. Your own personal belonging for as long as you are alive. Or even a hand-me-down for your children or something like that. That is the extent of the license when video games became a thing. When has it changed to something like a license where the publisher can revoke your ability to play the game you buy? When has it changed to that form of license? This basically has turned into from, okay, you buy the game, enjoy your game for as long as you like. You have the console, you have the PC with the specs, you have the physical copy of the game, enjoy it to your heart's content. Just don't profit off of it, because that is not cool. You enjoy the game as much as you want, mod it as much as you want for your own enjoyment, but don't profit off of it. That is fine. That should have stuck that way. But for some reason, it turned into this pseudo, you will own nothing and you will be happy bullshit. For some reason. And that is basically all they're trying to say here. I think this is something that a lot of people who are not very savvy with the law will fall for. This is an argument a lot of people who are not particularly savvy with the law, they will fall for this type of argument. Oh yeah, we are licensed. You do not own the video game as an intellectual property. Yes, we do not own the identity of the game. We do not own the idea of the game. We do not own the code. We do not own the vision of the game. But what we do own is the copy of the game. This is what these people, individuals in this... I need to duplicate a slide, I'm sorry. This is an important point. This is an important point that I need to make. This is an important point. This is an important point I need to make. Hold on. Okay? We do... What I agree. I'll reduce the font size because it's important. This is important. What I agree is that we do not own the idea of the game, i.e., the gameplay mechanics, writing, coding, vision, patent, etc. Fair. But what we do own, what I think in my opinion, how should I say? But we historically do own the copy of the game in its playable format. This is what that lobbying group is refusing to point out. Whether they are probably refusing to point out. All this time, we have owned copies of our games. That's why that's why back in the old days, like Blockbuster or EB Games, there is something called pre-owned games. Pre-owned copies of the game. So I agree to an extent. I agree to an extent with this proposition right here, in this part. Consumers do not acquire ownership of the video game. They are half correct, but they're not addressing the full picture. And they are very, very sneaky. They are very sneaky, and they are very sleazy to conflate these two. They are very sleazy to conflate these two. These two are very different propositions. No gamers want to assert ownership towards the idea and to the idea of the game. No one cares, no gamers care, in fact. In fact, gamers would very much like it that a game dev takes credit for their work, because it is their work. But what gamers do not jive with is the idea that we do not own a copy of the game they made. This is a stupid argument. It is a dumb argument. Make no mistake about that, it is such a stupid argument. Why do I keep pressing that? Sorry, there we go, share. That is an extremely stupid argument. No one's going... No! This whole point is stupid. This whole point is stupid. This is the problem with these lobbying groups. They think you are idiots. They think we are stupid. They think we can't read. They really do think we can't read, and they think the politicians cannot read. I mean, to be fair, some politicians are probably too dumb about it. That's kind of accepted. But if this document is directed to us gamers, those who play video games and enjoy video games for years, they think we are stupid. Really. And it's kind of sad. I don't know, honestly. If I didn't bring this up to you, lurkers, I do not know how many of you will pick this up. I hope most of you will pick up the problem. I hope most of you will pick up the problem that this lobbying group is trying to conflate ownership in an IP sense with ownership in a physical copy sense. Oh my god, you're here, Rena. Rena, please, not now, Rena, please. Rena, please, not now. I am having a serious conversation with... I'm having a serious discussion, a serious conversation with everyone right now. Now is not the time. Now is not the time to be derailing the discussion. You can do it later. Look at you. Look at you. The lurkers lost focus because of you. Look at you. Can you get back to topic, please? Lurkers, get back into topic. Rena, shut up for now. Rena, shut up for now. Lurkers, we are doing serious discussion right now. We are doing very serious discussion right now. Let's get back to this topic. Okay, thank you. Back to this topic. Like I say, this is a very sleazy... This is a snake-like behavior. This is snake-like behavior. Very sneaky use of words. They hope that we don't notice these two differences. They hope by using a wording that is technically correct, they think it will be able to stump us legally. Let us question ourselves. Oh yeah, well we don't own the games. Yeah, they made the games, so they own it. They are hoping we will say that. They are hoping we would think that. But you see these words, if you're well knowledgeable enough, if you can read clearly enough, your reading comprehension is strong enough, this is what they are afraid of. They are hoping we won't catch the difference. Yes, we do not own the idea of the game. We do not own the codes, we do not own the patterns, we do not own the original vision for the game, we do not own the design of the game, the story, the setting, the writing. We own none of that. We agree. But what we do own is a copy of that game that we can play for as long as we want. And the consideration for our ownership of that copy of the game is when we paid $70, $80, $60 to own the ability to play that game. We own access to it, and access to the game is the copy of the game. And most of the times it ends there. Most of the time it ends there. If by some off chance someone reverse engineers the game, re-releases it and profits out of it, then these devs and publishers can sue, and I think most of us probably would be like, well, he kinda got himself into trouble by doing that. That is not in contest. We are not disagreeing over any of that. Playing devil's advocate, if the consumer doesn't own the code of the game, does it stand to reason why letting fan-owned servers is why game devs are against SKG? The key point about this is the reason IP exists most of the times is to avoid others from profiting off your idea. That is the core tenet of IP. Someone appropriating your idea and making money out of it and passing it off as their own. That is very important point in IP. So, fan-owned service is a way for them to enjoy their copy of the game. Is a means for them to enjoy their copies of the game. It is a whole different story when you repackage a sunset game with new servers that you created and then pass it off and make it a profit out of it, reselling it again. That's a whole different story. But when you are just creating your own fan service with a means to continue to enjoy your copy of the game, I think, in my opinion, that is subtly different. I hope it's not too complicated. But let's continue. And yes, abandonware, there's a lot of things like that. Let's continue. We are stuck here for a bit too long. I want to move on. Why obligation on video game companies to provide only a limited type of end-of-life patent is disproportionate? Let's see what they say. It is not clear what the initiators of SKG petitions seek to achieve as a legal change. It appears to be a combination of a requirement to provide online services for as long as the consumers. No! You're going back to that straw man again. They're going back to the straw man again. Shut up. Shut up. And/or a requirement to provide a very specific form of end-of-life plan where the game is altered to enable private servers to operate. We do not believe these are proportionate demands. The first half, you're correct, but that's not a point any of us made. The second half, why is it disproportionate? Why is it disproportionate? What is such a big problem giving APIs for your community so that modders can retrofit community servers after you stop caring for the game? What is so problematic? What is so disproportionate to just say, give the server binaries to release the server binaries just the same way like Bethesda releases the code for their releases the creation kit? What makes it so difficult? What is so disproportionate about that? Let me see. To up to which point can fan servers ask for financial support from other fans? And but I see the point of that's why they are hesitant when it comes to online-only games, even though you can still poke holes in their arguments. That is an interesting point, but what I'm thinking is, why are some devs okay with it and why are some publishers okay with it and why some aren't? That is my question I want to ask. That is a question I do want to ask. No, sorry. I want to discuss this because I do want to discuss this. And by discussion, I mean points for and against this whole SKG thing. Reasonable questions. But for that, I do want to ask, why are some publishers okay with this and why some aren't? Is there no consistency? And if there is no consistency, isn't that a problem with the system in it, the industry in itself? Why are some publishers so tolerant of people allowing community servers to set themselves up post-service? And also to ask that question, to add on to that question, why is it in the past games that were multiplayer only in the late 2000s and the early 2010s, when their online services are gone, the devs forgot or don't care about those games anymore, those community servers have been set up? The publishers never bat an eye. In fact, there are even some cases where the devs were like, oh, the community servers, they actually kept this game alive through community servers. My hats off to you. Admirable. We are impressed. We are so touched by your passion for the game. Why is it some behave in such a way while others are talking about things like this? Is disproportionate to expect community-driven service? Is there no standard? Really? You can have one counter-argument and that counter-argument creates a different can of worms. And this can of worms, I argue, is a bigger problem as well. Yeah, the publishers are worried about it. Yeah, the publishers are worried about the community-driven service. Why only some? If that's the case, isn't it a lot better for... If that is the case, if some publishers are so worried about this thing, isn't it the case then they should let this petition go into Parliament and have a proper talk? They can have a proper discussion, set it into stone, set it into black and white, set it into formal regulation. Set into formal regulation the attitude towards community-driven service. If they are so concerned, let the petition go through. Have their own lobbying group throw the arguments. Have gamers throw the arguments. Come to a conclusion, instead of letting it go here and go there without any level of certainty. By the way, Zenart, you will notice some odd things will be happening soon in the news. Why? Although there is a lot of examples where community-driven servers are praised by the publishers and the devs in the past, why mysteriously right now things have started to be a bit more hostile? You will find out soon enough. Let's continue anyway. Online games are complex operations. No one is denying that. They offer interactive features that are supported by multiple servers, enabling functionality of an ever-increasing complexity. This is integral to modern gameplay experience players expect. As consumer expectations are more engaging and involving, for more engaging and evolving content increases, these online features are increasingly become intertwined with the overall gameplay experience as opposed to being limited to a dedicated online mode within the game. In many games, this interconnected dependency makes it difficult to clearly segregate online features from offline functionalities. I feel like this lobbying group is still... Let's just continue to read player safety, the usual stuff, the hackers, the harassment, the toxic chat and all that. The harassment, all of the toxic chat, all of the all the arguments, yeah, that part. Increased security risks, server binaries, blah blah. Okay, let's continue. They're trying to pretend to be supportive of the consumers, but at the end of the day, they are forgetting what they are opposing. At the end of the day, they are forgetting exactly what they are opposing. What they're opposing is our ability to keep playing the games we bought. Having a worse experience is better than having no experience. That is something they're losing the plot. They really are losing the plot. Something will always be better than nothing. Something will always be better than nothing. And it's very rich coming from these lobbying groups. Player safety, player data, player integrity, hackers, data breaches, privacy. Yeah, as if PSN didn't have multiple data breaches and privacy issues. As if Microsoft didn't have their own set of can of worms problems. As if these publishers can do their job properly. As if EA doesn't have their data breaches. I'd argue a highly reputable and popular individual who manages a private server for a game has better control of security of the players playing the game than any of these big corporations. Kamikaze, don't spoil it, please. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I want to finish this document before we move on. Significant engineering architectural challenges allowing players to run private servers presents significant engineering challenges, blah 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 blah, creating private servers, prohibitive costs. I've taken some liberty to do a little bit of research. And there are really three ways that I can think of that are essentially, from my limited experience, from my limited knowledge, is almost costless to the devs, costless to the publishers. One, you release the APIs and the server binaries. Let the modders, let the community themselves work on the servers for free. Most of the times, basically all the times at this point. You really underestimate the amount of effort people will go to keep playing the games they love. Publishers will never understand that because all they have in their positions of power, they are CEOs, they are businessmen. They are not gamers. They do not understand. And this lobbyist group, they do not understand. They are corporate. They are just corporal shields. They don't care about the games. They care about the money. They are businessmen. They went to business school. They are not game developers. They're not game programmers. They do not enjoy games. Of course, they won't get that point. Two things. There are two ways you can do this. Prohibitive cost my foot. First one, you release the server binaries or the relevant APIs. You're worried about so-called trade secrets? Just strip all of the sensitive parts of your server binaries and just give the community the most bare bones basic functional parts of the server binaries. It should not be that hard. I did some research. It should not be that hard. Alternatively, let the modders do their work in peace. It's that simple. Let the modders do their work in peace. Don't be like Take-Two, suing modders for doing something, creating mods for the old GTA games. Do not sue modders who are doing things for free. Do not be like Capcom, trying to cancel different mods because it so-called goes against their ethics. Do not send Pinkertons to modders' houses. But we know why. We know why people like Take-Two and Capcom do these things. We know. And we'll find out soon enough. Let's continue. Literally, the easiest cost-free thing to establish this is to just not sue modders. It's literally that easy. You're worried about prohibitive costs? Game publishers? Just don't sue modders. Don't make their lives miserable, especially for a game that you admit yourself you are abandoning. You admit yourself you're gonna sunset the game. Don't get all upset when modders are trying to keep the game alive. Most modders don't even want your server binaries. They want your server binaries, yeah, but some of them don't even need it. They work with what they have slowly. And then create their fan service slowly. All you have to do is not sue them. Okay, we are stuck around here for a little too long. Let's keep going. This is the same point as above. You're just paraphrasing again. This is like an essay. This is like a school essay. You're saying the same thing over and over again. You're saying the same thing. At the end of the day, you're saying the same thing. Costly exercise. Many costs incur implementing end-of-life plan. It's that simple. All you have to do is this. Publishers, game devs, all you have to do is this. None of this will be a problem. Point 3 and point 4 will not be a problem. It won't be a problem if all you do is just this. That's all you needed to do. Let's go on. Reputational harm. Allowing players to run private servers with online interactions could result in players using those games in ways that thereby harming his reputation. People can read. People can see. People can hear. If you're going to say out loud that you're abandoning a game and it's going to be sunset, it's going to become abandonware, basically, people know. People know, basically, you have washed your hands clean from that game. So whatever happens afterwards, they are not going to hold you against it. What a stupid point to make. Unless someone is unless people are extremely stupid and their brains do not function properly, if a publisher says out loud in the most public way possible that they're abandoning a game and community-driven servers cause problems, you really think people would blame you? You really think so? If you made it clear you abandoned a game? This is an exaggeration. And now it's going to get a little more fun. This is going to get a little more fun. Well, not fun. It's not fun. This whole document is not fun. In fact, it is brain rot. I feel miserable reading this. I feel miserable reading this. Impact on intellectual property rights. I would like to say already this whole part is stupid. But let's see. Erosion of intellectual property rights, autonomy. Unauthorized public exploitation of the game. They just want to play the stupid game. That is all they want. What is wrong with this document? What the hell are you talking about? They just want to play a game that you abandoned. What does it have to do with any of this? Kamikaze, stop spoiling the story, by the way. Stop spoiling the story. Unauthorized public exploitation? You mean they want to keep playing a game that you abandoned? Unauthorized exploitation? This reeks of greed. This reeks of greed. And this part, lurkers, 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 lurkers. They say the quiet part loud. This part, they really say the quiet part loud, and they have no idea how loud the echo is from what they just say. They have no idea how loud this echoes. They have no idea how loud this echoes. Competition from community-supported versions. Oh, gee, I wonder. This is a big hint already. This is a very big hint. A very big hint. And after we finish this document, I will show you why it is a very big hint. Or should I show you now? Lucas, you want me to show you now why it's a very big hint, or do you want me to finish the whole document first before? Which do you prefer? Do you want me to finish the whole document first, or do you want me to show you the big hint right now? Do it now. Okay. Let me just cover this. I need to find... So. I wonder why. Competition from community-driven versions. Firstly, this is such a stupid point. You know why? If we took this document as honest face value, this is such a stupid point to make. If we took this document honestly at its face value, this is an extremely stupid point to make, because you know why? We are talking about an abandoned game. What competition is there with the official version if you're going to sunset a bloody game? That point does not make sense until you notice this. This point, whole competition with community-supported versions, does not make sense until you notice this. Why is the gaming industry obsessed with remakes or remasters? With this added context, things start to get a little clearer. I think a lot of you lurkers are starting to pick up on the point already, don't you? You're starting to pick up slowly. Slowly but surely. This point is so important. To them it's just another dot point, but to us it tells us so much. To them it's just another dot point, but to us it tells us so much. It is one of the most important dot points in this whole document. Because, use a little logic here. Why would game publishers, why would these AAA game devs, why would they care so much about competition with community servers in the game they are going to abandon? Why? Why is such a mystery? Until you find this, the puzzle fits. You noticed so many AAA game devs, not just in US but even in Japan, their obsession with remakes and remasters. Remakes, remasters, re-releases. All of that. You start to understand, again it's about the money. Even in a game they are going to abandon, they still want to make money out of it. And they do it by re-releasing the game, upscale a bit of textures, have a bit of a widescreen fix, bundle it all up, and charge $70 for a remastered version of an old game. That is why this point echoes. We are getting into the meat of this. We are getting into the core of this incident. They have this video game lobbying group, they have no idea how much damage they are causing to their own little resistance movement. They have no idea. Sure, maybe they can still deceive a politician or two still. Maybe they still can deceive a politician or two with this document. But for all of us in the video games, who play video games, the consumers, all of us here, we know. This is why. We know what you are, as they say. We know what you want. There is a reason for things like this happening. There is a reason. There is a reason why they are somehow so unhappy over the traction Stop Killing Games is having. It is so obvious. Let's keep going, otherwise we're wasting our time here again. Professional licensing risk reduction-wise, modified copies of the game lesson. Again, I feel like whoever who is writing this document, they are losing the plot a lot. They are really losing the plot. They are losing the plot a little too much. They are losing the plot a little too much already. They are losing the plot a little too much. Forfeiture of licensing or reproduction rights, allowing creator the You are abandoning your game. Again, you are abandoning your game. What is the concern? You are not reproducing anything at this point. You abandoned the game, it's not even for sale. What is the concern? I feel like whoever wrote this kinda lost the plot. They're not even properly arguing against Stop Killing Games. At this point, they're just throwing any argument and seeing what sticks. Constraints from third-party services and third-party IPs. I don't know what else to say. It's back to that whole problem again. And again, to add on to this, there's two parts. Constraints from third-party IP, constraints from third-party services. Why was it not a problem back in the late 2000s? Why was it not a problem back in the early 2010s? Why is it magically a problem now? Why? I don't understand. Explain to me. Explain to me. How is something that hasn't been a problem for decades suddenly is a problem in the last few years? You know these things. These things. The whole idea with, from my limited knowledge, licensings, third-party licensing, third-party IPs, they always take effect. Expiries take effect after a date. It does not affect in the past. That's why people don't hold it against you when you're playing an old copy of GTA Vice City, for instance, on your PS2 and there were old copyrighted music. It's not like the game publishers are going to go to every single house to find old copies of GTA 2, GTA Vice City and change everything. You're saying this whole you're saying it's costly to do this. I say the other part to reinforce expired licensing agreement, third-party licensing, is as much costly. Why is this suddenly a problem now? It wasn't ever a problem in the past, as long as the gamers do not redistribute games, let alone games with expired IPs, expired IP licenses. It's fine. Your personal enjoyment. That is the long story short of stop killing games. You have the right to enjoy the game you buy for as long as you want. It shouldn't be so hard. Let's continue. Let's continue. Oh, this is already getting exhausting. This is already getting quite exhausting. All of the above would affect compliance with PEGI ratings. You know who controls the ratings boards? You know who controls the ratings boards, Lurkers? I'll tell you. Game publishers. Game publishers control the ratings boards. The ratings boards think of it like a subsidiary of a parent company, and the parent company is a group of games publishers. That is what a ratings board is. They are controlled by game publishers. Literally, this is a non-issue. Concern with the PEGI ratings is literally a non-issue. Game publishers control the boards. They can easily make adjustments to the PEGI ratings anytime they want. But of course they won't. Because the PEGI rating is a convenient tool to pressure politicians, to lie to politicians, to mislead politicians. Because when you have a PEGI rating concern, you can already use the think of the children argument. People who buy games should not be allowed to play the games for as long as they want, even after the developers have given up support. You know why? Because think of the children. That is literally the argument they are likely going to use when they bring up PEGI. Oh wow, you want us to at least give some way for you all to mod a game to continue to play for as long as you want? Oh, why won't you think of the children? The importance of consumer protection laws, notwithstanding the applicable licensing structure of video games of players in the EU are subject to blah 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 blah, which include robust transparency, fairness. Of course, you would say this is basically fluff for the existing consumer laws. Of course, you will say the existing consumer laws is perfect because you can make money out of it. You can shut down any game you want without giving any proper compensation or recourse for the people who bought the games. Of course, you will say the existing consumer laws is perfect because it lets you do all these things without any resistance. Stupid. This is all bullshit. This is all BS. Long story short, this is all nonsense. They're basically just saying, this is what they're saying. This is what they're saying. I'll paraphrase it to you. The current consumer laws are fine because it benefits us. That's all. I have nothing else. That's literally all they mean when they say all these things. All these words for literally one line. The current consumer protection laws benefit us, so we see no problem in it. That's all they should have said. That's all they can. That's literally the message. And now we get to the dumbest part of it all. This is the dumbest part of it all. Lucas, I hope you're ready for this. I hope you're ready. This is the dumbest part of it all. Video game companies are committed to the preservation of games and their culture and their cultural value. So what they're saying is, oh, we already do care about preservation of games. We understand that game is an art form. We already care about it. You don't have to say anything. We already care about it. Can't you see, gamers? We already care. And how do they care? This whole... If you read all of this, I'm just going to give you a simple paraphrase. I'll give you a simple paraphrase. This is literally all they are saying. Literally, this is their point. So Xenart, addressing your answer. Luka-chan is addressing your answer. This is literally their point. Tough crap. Tough luck, players. You can never play your game ever again. But don't worry. We will always remember the game that we abandoned. We will just put it in a museum. You can never play it again. But I want to play it again. I want to play a game just like how I did when I was young. Well, too bad. You can only look at the CD case. You can only look at the CD case in a museum display. Tough luck. That's literally their point. It's so tiresome. It is so tiresome. It is so tiresome. And I suppose Kamikaze has already spoiled the big reveal, but this gaming lobbying group, Video Games Europe, who made this document, they made this document. Memberships. Big surprise there. Activision Blizzard, Epic Games, EA, Bandai Namco, Embracer, Nintendo, Sega, Take-Two, Riot, Warner Brothers. Some of the scummiest game publishers to ever exist in the current year are members of this. Oh, this poor lobbying group, this grassroots lobbying group. Is it any wonder now? Well, Tencent, Riot Games is basically Tencent's representative. Riot Games is wholly owned by Tencent, as I recall. And the next plot twist, this whole document, this entire document, the whole 4 pages of this document, are the exact same points that Pirate Software has pushed. Just about every single so-called argument against Stop Killing Games that has been outlined in this document are all the points that Pirate Software has pushed. So, oh gee, I wonder why so many times Pirate Software is complaining that he is being labeled a corporate shill. Oh, I wonder why. Oh, I wonder why people are accusing you of being a Nepo hire. I wonder why. Oh gee, I don't know. When your arguments are the exact same arguments that a greedy AAA game publisher would give greedy AAA game publisher you lobbying group would give. I wonder why people would think you are a corporate shill. Every single argument is the same. Different ways you worded it, but the points remain the same. Oh gee, I wonder why. His father is one of the key founders of Blizzard. One of the founding members of Blizzard. So yes, he is a big deal. He is the son of someone who is a very big deal in Blizzard. Oh, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a very short break. I am hungry. So basically Control, yes, and Codeman, he and Axis, he's basically the my father works at Nintendo meme, but reality. My dad works at Blizzard, literally. Anyway, oh my god, I'm so hungry. I'm starving. Oh, I did not expect to be so hungry. Alright, here's what I'll do. I need to take a few minute break. Here's a few minute break, maybe like 3 to 4 minutes. And I'm gonna grab something to eat. And I'll be back when I'm done. It shouldn't take a few minutes. I'm just gonna take something. I'm just gonna take a quick bite, okay? Just a quick bite. And don't go anywhere. Lucas, I'll be back soon, okay? Alright, I'm back. How is everyone going? Hmm. I am so disappointed. I am so disappointed, but at least I've managed to stabilize my hunger a bit. Or stabilize my hunger just a bit. I have something else to eat later if I get hungry again. But let's see. I want to show you all a few things, okay, Nurkis? A few things that try to illustrate to me how stupid this whole resistance is, okay? The whole resistance against Stop Killing Games is a bit too silly for me. Let's go back to the screen cap. So we have some people like this. Doesn't matter who this is, the point is. So, context at the top. It's a funny story. It's a funny story. I feel kind of silly thinking about it right now. I feel kind of silly thinking about it right now. Once upon a time, I thought that Pirate Nation and Pirate Software were related. I thought like at one point in time, I'm silly for thinking this way, but I thought that Pirate Nation was the shitpost page of Pirate Software, and Pirate Software was the streamer and game dev. Once upon a time, I thought they were they were related. One was for posting memes and posting on Twitter, and the other one was his official account. Well, mistake. Silly mistake on my part. Some people were actually attacking Pirate Nation for basically calling out Pirate Software. And what they did was this individual here. It's in the irony of Pirate Nation, an account that regularly promotes video game selling, being a full-throated supporter of attaining corporate sanction and paid-for game ownership. That and the one literally called Pirate Software being for localized pricing, so people don't feel the need to pirate the software. This is what some people here do not understand. Let's keep going. I want to finish everything first. I want to finish this first. So this person replied, of course, a bit distressed. Saw like an angry child screaming themselves on the floor because they were proven wrong. God, I hope this build crashes and burns. Oh my God, look, can you see how these people talk? Can you feel the amount of hate for your own kind? This is called traitorous behavior. In my opinion, this is called traitorous behavior. Look at this cute. It doesn't care. I hope the build crashes and burns. I hope Stop Killing Games crashes and burns. That is how ridiculous these people are. They are not game devs. They are not the execs. I wouldn't know. Maybe on the off chance they probably are. Maybe they are. But holy moly, look at this type of people. Yes, I've heard his voice outside of actual streams. It is quite a few levels higher than his on stream. I am aware. So, this one in the center here is trying to argue. Except he wasn't proven wrong. The build is specifically for single player focused games to at least function offline. No one's asking for online games to be maintained for forever. Yes, that is correct. As a baseline. As a baseline. As a baseline. All single-player games should be able to be played forever as long as you have a copy of it, as a baseline. That is the bare minimum. And I don't think any one of us is wrong to expect that and to hope for that. I don't think any of us is wrong. But also, we would hope that there is some proper avenue for online games that we bought to have a second lease of life after the devs leave them, abandon them. It does not have to be a perfect recreation of the game as it is. Tomato Sheep, that's an interesting point you made about MMOs as well. If a group of devs and publishers are going to abandon an MMO, again, this point. Wait, wrong one. Damn it. Let's control Z. Just don't sue modders. For MMOs, if a dev and publishers are going to abandon MMOs, they are free to do so. Don't make modders' lives hard if they want to find a way to give it a second lease of life. Or, better yet, if you really are done with that MMO, give them the APIs. Give them a non-trade secret version, a dumbed down or a stripped off version of their server binaries. That's if you really want. Or else, let the modders do their own work. Find a way to keep the game alive without you causing them misery. That goes to the part that Des mentioned in that doubt. They don't want fan servers competing with them. Oh gee, I wonder why once again. If they're going to abandon a game, why would they be so concerned when a fan server is competing for them? Why would they care so much? If they're going to abandon a game, why do they care so much when a fan server might likely compete with them? I wonder why. Let's back to this again. They hope someday down in the road they're going to re-release it and remake and remaster it or remake it, whatever. And they hope they'll charge you again. They hope they would double dip. That is why World of Warcraft Classic came out. They wanted to double dip. Yeah, Lakajat, in the same breath, fan service would become competition. We do not want fan service to become competition in our abandoned game. What an odd thing to say. It's almost as if you want to re-release that game and double charge players again in the future and rip them off. What an odd thing to say. You feel threatened. You feel so threatened that when you re-release a game that you say you will abandon, so you can double charge your player base, and you realize that there is community-driven service that arguably sometimes give even better experience than your so-called official service, you feel threatened by that. Except he didn't save single player initially, he just saved online force games. Both of those are incorrect, but trying to shift the goalpost to single player. No one is trying to shift the focus to single. This is the problem with some of these individuals. And I'm sad to say that some lurkers actually do think this way. I don't think anyone in here is thinking this way, but some on Twitter do think this way. They are using the same fallacious attempts at arguing against SKG. The same ones that Pirate Software is bringing up. Oh, you are just forcing devs to support this game forever. Oh, damn it, I was creeped out for a moment there. Oh my god. Holy moly, I was creeped out for a moment there. I almost felt like someone was behind me. Oh my god. I hope it is not one of those Take-Two Pinkertons sneaking up on me for having an opinion like that. Oh my god, it's creepy. That creeped me out. Well, anyway, that's this is the last argument he made. The same guy. Let's see this. There are two primary client-server model games used for online play. Server trusted game server dictates where it's true, more secure. Client trusted. Client sends information servers, blah blah blah. Basically peer-to-peer. What I've seen a lot of people gloss over is the distinction between these two models and the effort it would take to convert a server trusted model to a standalone game. The examples of games as blueprints from decades ago ignores the fact these games rarely, if ever, use a server-trusted model. I wouldn't be able to tell if an old MMO like Ultima Online in its original state or example leaned more heavily on the client or server. Making it into standalone game might be a Herculean task. I have a few opinions, but let's continue. The biggest example people cite is The Crew, but to my knowledge that was a client-trusted model, hence cheating was an issue. If you had a game that relied on server-validated information, then the entire code base would have to be converted to calling new functions or jerry-rigged to call a dummy local server that contain all the functionalities of the online server. And if the game involve playing online with other players as well, that's another can of worms to sort it out. If the original game doesn't support traditional lobby-based or peer-to-peer matchmaking, this isn't a trivial task. I understand your consumer-focused point of view of not caring how hard it is to do it, but it's also not unreasonable to point out that in some cases you're asking for a lot more than you realize, and that can seem unfair. No! This is your problem. This is your problem, and this is the fallacy that this is the misrepresentation that you all keep bringing up over and over and over again. Stop killing games. I saw the streams. I read the information. It is not about forcing devs to convert everything. If devs want to abandon the game, yes, they are free to abandon the game. It is their right. But what the point is being made is why is it so hard to just let modders work? Why? This is the problem. And I think, Zana, you're also missing the point. In my opinion, you're missing the point as well. You're missing the point as well. His entire point hinges on the fact that it is the developer's responsibility to completely convert everything into a playable format from the get-go. And it happens retroactively as well. The problem is he assumes we demand developers to make the game into a out-of-the-box playable format. I don't think that is what the campaign is demanding. The campaign only demands a discussion. It demands a dialogue where publishers and devs compromise with the consumers. And if that compromise takes in the form of the devs release some simplified server binaries that is free from trade secrets, or release APIs so that modders can create and retrofit their own online servers if they want to with this old abandoned game, they can do so. Giving the resources to ensure the game is in a functional state arguably also meets that request. It is very narrow-minded interpretation of what the petition is asking for. It is a very narrow-minded, and it assumes the worst. It makes the worst assumptions. I don't know what else to say. It makes the worst assumptions. Think about it this way. Let me just find something. Think about it this way, in a way. It may not be a very relevant part. It may not be wholly relevant, but think about it this way. Think about it like a gunpla. Like a gunpla. I think this is a good way to think about it. When you buy a Gundam model, for instance, you buy any grade whatsoever, you get everything. They may not be, it is not assembled. It is up to you to assemble it, to get rid of all the plastic parts and clear off and do all of the random things that you need to do to assemble it. But all the resources are there for you to finish it. Think about it that way. And I remember Gundam Evolution. I had fun playing that game, and it's another game that has been abandoned. What this person said, what this person here said, is assuming the far right over here, far right. What this person is saying that he's assuming they want us in the Gundam context. He's assuming that we buy a Gunpla, it comes pre-assembled. We know it is not the most reasonable ask. And let's just face it. In an abandoned game, gamers understand. A game is going to be sunset. They understand. They know games publishers and developers can't manage an online game forever. They are completely okay for the publishers and the devs to give their blessing and just give the key resources, whether it's the APIs, whether it's the binaries, whatever it is, to properly to let modders and the community set up their own servers. Giving the community all the resources necessary to rebuild a game, an abandoned game, into a functional form is also a solution. It is better than robbing the game forever. That's why, and Xanart, you're completely right, Xanart. You're completely right. That is why this petition exists. That is why SKG exists. Hopefully, there is a halfway decent discussion. Hopefully it will go a little better than a loot box one. We just want the manual to build it ourselves, essentially. Yes. Games on Knockout City should, I think Knockout City should be the norm rather than the exception. But unfortunately, they are the exception rather than the norm right now. And it's very disappointing. Too disappointing. They should recuse himself, for sure. But really, Consoles really are kind of in a bad situation, honestly. It's true. That is probably a very valid discussion to be had. To be fair, that is a very valid discussion to be had. Look, Sean, if this petition really gets if this petition really goes into a very serious discussion into the nitty-gritty details, I expect that there will be a lot of heated debates on how game consoles will be affected by this. But long story short, consoles will get the short end of the stick. Really, consoles really will get the short end of the stick. And like, I do not know all the answers to it, evidently. There are no reasons for consoles to exist. I used to disagree, Myriad Colors. I used to disagree. But now, seeing what is happening to PS5, oh, Zera, don't remind me about my horses, please. Please do not remind me of my horses, Zera. I am suffering with the horses. I hate Rice Shower. Rice Shower and Opera. It is Rice Shower and Opera that keeps making my life miserable. Those two. Well, that really depends, Akana. Are you a fan of horse racing? Long story short, Uma Musume takes place in an alternate universe where there is no such thing as horses, but instead there are horse-girl hybrids called Uma Musumes. And every single famous celebrity race horse that exists in the real world actually exists as these hybrid horse girls in this alternate universe. Yeah, and basically all of the race horses, even if they were historically, they are in real world, they are male, but they are been altered into mares, basically. No, you can't. It's never shown. But I would like to imagine how funny it would be in the Wild Wild West of America if, when there are no horses but only horse girls. That would be funny. But anyway, Zera, thank you for joining the stream and derailing my seething. I needed the distraction. And I'm feeling... yeah, basically it's horse piggyback writing. Let me show you something. I say, where is it? Where is it? 走咗去邊度啊？你啱搵到你啊？This would be how the 1800s would look like with horse girls instead of actual horses. Yes, that's Arthur Morgan and Gold Ship. You have good taste, Arden. I don't really follow Uma Musume lore all that well, but what I am kind of aware is that there are no such thing as horses in the traditional sense, but all of the horses are horse girls. I think that's the whole idea. I think that's the whole idea of concerning them. How has the discussion gone from Stop Killing Games into Uma Musume? Oh boy. I'll just see whether I can launch the game on my PC. I will see. Because I'm using my phone to play the game and my phone has its own little login, because I'm not interested in creating my separate account. And Mari Calliope is less happy in this universe. Oh my god. Don't. Oh no, imagine. Arden, I already know that. I read about that and I watched that. $1 million AAA corpos hella mad at Horse Girl game outdoing their Concords and Avoweds. You know, say what you want about Concord and Avowed. They may be failed games, and I laugh at specifically Concord's failure, but I still think that the game existed and it deserves to continue existing in some way, shape, or form. It's only right. But long story short, a lot of the arguments against I'll put it back up. Long story short, a lot of the arguments against Stop Killing Games has been different levels of straw man and different levels of misrepresentation. It's not even funny how much misrepresentation and missing the point there is in this entire story, and I suspect that Stop Killing Games is going to keep being a problem in the near future. It's going to be a problem in the near future. It's going to keep annoying the AAA publishers and developers, and I'm all for it. And this is a lot of like let me just get back to this part. This is what disappoints me the most. This is really what disappoints me the most. All these people hide this. I'll show you some interesting things, some touching things. To show it's possible. To show it is still possible. It is not as hard as these devs and publishers make it out to be. Zera, I heard what he said. Oh my goodness, I can feel that vitriol. I can feel that vitriol that came out of his mouth. You can feel how much he hated that outcome. But to prove that it's not impossible, this is the news that Redfall, as the service ends, they created an offline mode for anyone who just so happens to feel like playing it. This one is for Marvel's Avengers. Before the game shut down and before it got delisted from all of the storefronts, those who still have the game, they could still play it 100% offline. All of the content has been unlocked for them. So it was quite a kind gesture, and it's appalling how these are considered exceptions rather than the norms. And by the way, to prove, go back to this point. Read this again. Read this nonsense again. Read this crap again. Video game companies are committed to the preservation of games and their cultural value. Bullshit. They lie. That is all they do. They lie. They lie to your face and hope you are. They lie to your face and hope you won't discover that they are lying. ESA is the American equivalent of this place, Video Games Europe. ESA is the lobbying group for America. Video Games Europe is the lobbying group for Europe. But it's neither here nor there because they are run by the same companies. They're being controlled by the same publishers. It's neither here nor there. They're practically identical, except one is in US and one is in Europe. Make no mistake. Make no mistake about this. VGE, Video Games Europe, is ESA. The members are practically the same. The only difference is their location. So basically, this here is a lie. Because when push comes to shove, they do not care. Ooh. Another point to add, okay, Lurker-chan, they don't want to create the expectation that if you wait long enough, you can enjoy the microtransactions for free or semi-free. It always is about the greed. It always is about the money. What am I going to do? Well, this has been a chaotic stream, more chaotic than I had liked, than I would have liked it to be. It's a chaotic stream, more chaotic than I would have liked it to be, but I think I've gone through it. The entire content of this stream. Long story short is, for those of you who think that you can convince me to say that stop killing games is a bad idea, no, you're gonna fail. You're going to fail. I am a consumer through and through. I play games. If you're a game dev, you have your own perspectives. I respect that. That is what this petition is for, to start a conversation. Zera, I will have to install it on PC and I'll see if I can link my mobile account to the PC build. And if that works properly, we can have an Uma Musume stream, okay? Failing in commenting, yes, there is a possibility that is going to become another bare minimum compromise, but it's better that it happened than it didn't happen. It's better that it happened than it didn't happen. Like I said, something is always better than nothing. Oh my god, controller, that is so cursed. Super chat betting money. Oh no. Oh no. Well, either way, okay, before I conclude the stream, there's probably going to be unforeseen. This is the last point. Okay, this is the last point that some of the anti-SKGs are talking about. And the anti-SKGs are talking about how this might cause like the government overreach thing and all of that. Let me see. There is a thread. There is a thread. Let me see if I can. There is one more argument that, yes, there is this argument that this individual has pushed forward, and I feel it's a little bit extreme. Honestly, it's a little bit extreme. So this is the original post. On one hand, fair enough, government regulation. On the other hand, what do you suggest is the alternative? What do you suggest is the alternative? The only reason it has gotten as bad as it did was because these corporations just became so uncontrollably greedy. What do you think the alternative? What alternative do you have in mind? It's so easy for you to say, oh, this is another government regulation. Oh, you're just talking about more government regulation. Oh, you are basically talking about a new law. What is the alternative other than sailing? What is the alternative other than sailing? Huh? What is the alternative? Oh yeah, it's fine. Stop killing games is the only real alternative that is being offered to the communities, to the consumers. This is the only real attempt. Oh, I'm sorry relying on government. I am so sorry. We are so sorry for relying on government. Give us a better alternative and shut up. This is the problem with a lot of politicians and a lot of people. They talk about how bad this problem is, how bad that problem is. Someone gives you an alternative, someone gives you a suggested solution. Oh, this solution is stupid. It has this problem, it has that problem. Okay, what is the solution then? What is your better idea? You have so many opinions about how you think this is a bad idea, so use that expertise of yours and give a better solution. This is so frustrating. Just because there is a fear that the government might take things too far, it still does not erase the fact that there needs to be a conversation on an official capacity. If the government is a necessary evil to control a bigger evil that is overly greedy corporations robbing you of the thing you bought, I don't see any other option. Can you provide a better option? Can you? Well, someone did. But I don't know whether it's a good thing. So someone is trying to say you're conflating intellectual property with private property. Former is a state monopoly, illegitimate. Real source of problems this movement is attacking creating morally. Regulation doesn't solve it. I disagree. I disagree. So this was my response. Essentially what I just said. It's essentially what I just said. If you are so smart, throwing so much shade at the Stop Killing Games initiative, the campaign, what's your better idea? What is your better idea? I honestly think this concern is kind of unwarranted. It is unwarranted. People act as if regulations don't already exist or as if all of them had negative outcomes. That's the fact. Not all regulations are bad. Not all regulations are bad. That is true. Government regulations are just like humans. Some are capable of good and some are capable of bad. They are no better or worse than any video games corporation. They are no better or worse than any game dev. And at this point, the simple rationale is, what other option do we have? That's the simple question. So many of these people who are throwing shade at Stop Killing Games, they just keep pointing out problems after problems after problems. No matter how valid they are, one question still stands. What other option do we have? The status quo is already unbearable. It's already unbearable. The only reason this thing exists because it shows how uncontrollable it has become. Stop Killing Games exists because of how uncontrollable everything has become. They won't support any plans for preserving games. EA shuts down Anthem, you are not getting a refund. Stop Killing Games only exists because without regulation, it has gotten this bad. And what are you suggesting? Stick to it. That's your suggestion, stick to it. Wrong one. Where is it? Oh, I'm so terribly sorry that we are asking the government. Oh, we are so sorry. Give me something better. Give us something better. I swear you give us a better solution, we will jump on it immediately. Well, someone tried to give you a solution. Well, you Lucas, you can read and see for yourself whether it's any good of a solution. We do offer a better solution. Abolish intellectual property, then you can host your own servers and distribute the games become simpler. $0 because that is the only acceptable price for non-scarce goods. So let me get this straight. You have, let's just say, okay, let me get this straight. I will talk about it later. Let's continue my reading, okay? Let's continue reading. So that was my response. Everyone wants to abolish intellectual property until their idea gets stolen. And this is this individual. Ideas cannot be stolen. Property rights rest upon the concept of scarcity because there is scarcity. Conflicts can occur over the use of a given resource. Yet there is no scarcity when it comes to ideas. We can both have the same idea at the same time. So I will give. So, Lekka-chan, you got the point correctly. You got the point correctly. Long story short is, your only other solution is being even more extreme. This is the only suggestion I have seen anyone from the anti-Stop Killing Games faction. You can use the word faction. This is the only suggestion I have received, and it is more extreme than government regulation. It is more extreme, more fantastical, more nonsensical than government regulation. There is no conceivable reality where intellectual property laws will be abolished. None. And for you to even suggest something so stupid is so amazing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for saying it so rudely and bluntly, but it is such a stupid suggestion. And I explained it in further detail. Right here. If people are not incentivized to improve ideas, whether it be through new inventions or way of approaching problems, no one would bother sharing novel ideas. In this reality, if they did discover inadvertently a novel approach to solving a problem, they would hide it and rather keep it to themselves, since they will know said idea would be appropriated by others who did not put the work or thought to first formulate it. But by the reality you proposed, as in this individual, by the reality this individual has proposed, most inventions would never exist or would never be spread or adopted into everyday life, because people would understand that their novel works cannot be credited to them and they likely won't be rewarded for them. To me, what this individual is proposing with abolishing intellectual property is akin, in my humble opinion, Lurkers, a communist wanting to abolish private ownership and the ability to profit. Instead of shutting down, what makes it different from a communist opinion is that instead of shutting down the means of production by letting it stagnate because no one cares to be productive, you now create stagnation of ideas and progress in a societal scale because everyone hoards their own ideas and knowledge and never sharing it. But I want to finish this report. That is my point. My point is, intellectual property will be here to stay for as long as the Maslow's hierarchy of needs is high enough. And for those who don't know what it is, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, let me show you. This is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. For as long as we, as a society, are not in a state of complete subsistence, for as long as we're not in a state of complete subsistence, we will always be at the upper levels of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And at the top two of the hierarchy, for as long as these two parts, self-actualization and esteem exists, for as long as these two parts exist, the green and the blue, intellectual property laws will continue to exist. And this is what some individuals, some of the anti-intellectual property people are either, I think I will offer them good faith and say that they did not think this through. Okay? They did not think this through. Intellectual property is very firmly intertwined with human psychology. It is very firmly intertwined with human psychology. It is the very idea that your innovation, is like whenever you see on Twitter or Facebook, someone draws art, and you see someone reposting, say, art. The artist gets upset. Credit me. Don't just repost your art. Credit me. That is intellectual property. Crediting. Intellectual property is the institutionalization of crediting. It is putting into law the very idea of crediting. If you believe that no one deserves credit for their work, then you can abolish intellectual property laws. But so long as you believe that you thought of a great idea, you drew a nice piece of art, you wrote a nice story, a compelling story in a novel, intellectual property law will continue to exist. Intellectual property law is an aspect of human thought. It's an aspect of human thought that has ascended beyond the basic needs of Maslow's hierarchy. You want intellectual property laws to be gone? Get rid of the... Society has to crumble. Long story short, that's really the only way. I'll tell you again. I will read wrong. I will tell you again. Okay, Lucas? You want IP laws to be abolished? Easy. Civilization must crumble. I don't know what else to say. Really, I don't know what else to say. Civilization must crumble. For as long as civilization... I'm not sure I follow Benjamin. Myriad colors. Do you know what Maslow hierarchy of needs is? I'm going to start off the most basic. Do you know what Maslow's hierarchy of needs is? Good. So you know the basics. Physiological needs. Don't die of thirst. Don't starve. Don't die of thirst. Don't starve. And do not get killed in any second. Safety needs. Roof over your head. Love and belonging. Relationship. Procreation. Then we get to the part. Esteem and self-actualization. These two parts are very important. If society has advanced well enough that people do not have to worry about starving, don't have to worry about survival and staying safe, don't have to worry about being ostracized from a community, they have the ability to start thinking about themselves. And by thinking about themselves, it means standing out from the herd, standing out from the crowd, making a name for yourself. Framing and commenting abolition is more a libertarian thing than a commie thing. Yes. But what I'm trying to argue is that the unintended side effects of the abolition of IP laws creates a similar side effect to what a communist would push for when they abolish the means of production. when they overtake the means of production and abolish profit. That is the argument I'm trying to bring up. But myriad colors, long story short, is at the top two of Maslow's hierarchy of needs is the innate desire for yourself to succeed, make a name for yourself, become famous, and achieve your potential. Those are the last two key points of the hierarchy of needs, and they can only be reached. They can only become relevant in your head when you have zero worries about hunger and starvation, zero worries about safety, and zero worries about being part of a family or being part of a circle, a social circle. And this flows over to intellectual property laws. Like I said before, in my response to the individual, when you have a good idea, when you have a good invention, when you invented something new, something novel, when you have a new idea, when you have a novel concept, anything, whether it's a new art piece you drew, a new book you wrote, a new game you developed, a new approach to coding, whatever, you want credit for it. Of course you want credit for it. It's only human. You want to feel proud of your accomplishments. You want people to say, oh, you are the one who drew that amazing piece of artwork. Oh, you are the one who wrote that amazing book. What happens when someone, let's just say you already published your book. Let's say you already wrote the book. It's already out there, but not enough people knew about it. Let's say your art piece is already out there. A handful of people saw your art piece, but not many know about it. And some other rival artists traced and copied your piece of art and then posted it as their own work. And that one got a lot more traction, and he was the one who got more success. What are you going to do? Tell me, what are you going to do without intellectual property laws? What are you going to do? Say, oh, I'm sorry, actually I was the one who drew it, and who knew? A handful of people just so happens maybe it's your family members. The crowd will say, oh, of course it's your family members, he would choose to side with you. And the person who saw your art piece before, who traced and copied your work will be saying, no, you stole from me. And that person is already very popular. That person is a very reputable artist. You found out too late. The public opinion's on his side. Myriad colors. Exact. That's what I'm thinking. IP, intellectual property laws, for how deeply flawed they are, and I do admit it is a deeply flawed collection of laws that needs constant adapting and needs constant fixing. It is better than it not existing at all. To me, at least. To me, it's better than it not existing at all. Yes, mere colors exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. IP laws as they stand is flawed. I will be the first to admit it is flawed and it needs constant revisions and constant fixing. But what this individual is saying that IP laws should be abolished, and that I cannot agree with. So say for the fact that before IP regulated, there was already artist scientists producing new and innovative things. We made wonders of engineering. What makes you think that there were no intellectual property laws during the Sumerian times? What made you think that? What made you think that before the fall of the Roman Empire there wasn't some form of crediting that would be passed off as their version of intellectual property laws? What made you think that? Here's the thing, you can keep secrets and you can make your inventions hard to manufacture. So what? If someone is smart enough, they can reverse engineer. And no one is going to stop them from reverse engineering and then passing it off as their own invention. In doing so, you treat every single consumer as potential rival. You spend resources that could otherwise have been used to just make a better product. I don't owe you a business norms. No. No amount of this part I'm starting to feel is the problem. No amount of positive impacts IP may or may not have are relevant to this. This basically is saying to me that it does not matter that the destruction of IP laws will cause untold amounts of instability in society. To this individual, IP laws equals bad, therefore should be gone. That is the argument that this individual is relying on, and I do not agree with that. The very idea that of intellectual property is not a bad thing. In fact, it might be it's likely a good thing. It's more like, on balance, it is a benefit. On balance, intellectual property as a concept is a benefit because it is the institutionalization of crediting. And to credit is to be human. To get credit for your work is to be human. You take pride in your achievements. You take pride in your creations. Imagine one day someone copied Yoko Taro's 2B in Nier Automata 1-1 and create another game, just a different name. But 2B looks exactly the same as Yoko Taro's creation. Without intellectual property laws, Yoko Taro is basically screwed. Someone stole his own character designs under his nose and he's powerless to stop it. This is why this individual, he does not understand what he's talking about, in my opinion. So, what we do not need is a bullet. Long story short is, this is a stupid suggestion and you might as well have not made a suggestion. And long story short, basically my conclusion is that you basically didn't give me any proper suggestions, and long story short, Stop Killing Games is still the best alternative we have right now. See you, Darkstrel. Thank you for dropping in. I'm finishing the stream up as well. It's getting a bit late here, so I have to wrap it up. But lurkers, I hope you all understand my complaints and my discussions for today. I hope you all understand my point on intellectual property. Do you understand it? Do you understand my lecture on intellectual property? I hope you did. I feel it's a very important thing to talk about. And long story short, you can disagree with my last point, this last point I'm about to make all you want, but I can observe the flow over effects. And I feel that abolishing of intellectual property laws is similar to how a communist would take over the means of production away from private ownership. People are not incentivized to perform better. People are not incentivized to be more productive. And in the case of intellectual property laws being abolished, people are not incentivized to be innovative. And people are not incentivized to be creative. And Myriad Colors, before we wrap up the stream, maybe you can give me your counter argument, because I would like to know which part it is that you might want a discussion on. Yeah, might as well. This will be the last thing we'll talk about. This is the last thing we'll talk about before the stream ends. And while you write something up and want to eat something, feeling recommending. Think about it this way. I want you to think about it this way. Imagine this. Back in the 1970s, you know about the hippie communes, right? Have you heard of the hippie communes? Let me type in it. You've heard about the hippie communes, probably. Their entire idea is an entire community of very, very, very like-minded individuals gather together to set up a communist-style society. A very small communist-style society. When all the individuals are of the same heart and believing the same things, in that very specific circumstance, you can see communism being implemented in a reasonably successful manner. But even then, the size is not particularly big. And this is the same logic that you can use for the open source community as well. Yes, everyone contributes their own code. Everyone dislikes IPs and contributes their own code, but they are not against crediting each other because they are all part of this community that has like-minded individuals. And the problem with humanity in a very large enough population, if the population is large enough, it is impossible to get everyone to be of a like-minded community. That becomes a problem. And Lekachad also made another important point. A lot of open source projects are backed by multinational corporations who then repackage them and sell them under IP laws. Those open source projects get taken by corpos and resold anyway. But remember what I told you about? This is the same case for... Remember I told you about in communism. The only way for an entire country to have a proper implementation of communism on a widespread basis is for every single person in that country to be controlled by a hive mind. They stop becoming people and they become ants. This is the same way with this is also the same way with a society that abolishes intellectual property laws. You are assuming every single person in the world will have the basic decency to credit each other's work without intellectual property laws controlling them, enforcing them. And that is naive. There will be people who will steal ideas and pass it off as their own, and without intellectual property laws stopping them from doing it, the person who actually created it is helpless. And because they are helpless, they will be demotivated, and because they're demotivated, they will refuse to be creative and novel again. Can you understand? I hope that answers your question. Dota was a mod for Warcraft 3. Some of the original mod creators of Dota split off and created League of Legends under Riot Games. And another group of Dota mods Dota modders joined Valve to create Dota 2. That's why it became two competing MOBA games. Any more questions? Because I think it's getting a little too late. Any more questions, lurkers? We can have this discussion in the on the Sunday stream. Because Friday stream I'm going to have a collab and I don't think we have too much time to be talking. I didn't. Don't pressure Myriad Colors. If he feels like asking me another time, I'm open to it. Don't need to pressure him to ask the question. If he's busy or something like that. But failure at commenting, I hope my point is clear enough. Okay. That concludes. I'm going to do a bit of housekeeping and I'll conclude tonight's stream. Let me have a look. Reminder, lurkers, I'm gonna be having a stream same time on Friday. And Red is going to be dragging me into something. Red is going to be dragging me into something. It's going to be a large-scale party of a game, but... yes, Zero, it is AK2. I am curious about what I'm going to be playing on Friday. But it's probably going to be a lot of fun and a lot of confusion. Working with heavy machinery can't stay long for life. We'll come back to rewatch the VOD with a glass of nondescript dairy prot. Thank you for the 5 Kirby fan. You didn't have to say the last part. Well, anyway. Thank you, Lucas, for staying for the duration of this stream. If you have any further questions, we can have another chat on Sunday. See, we just did this. Today's 7th, so there'll be a 3-day gap. On Friday, we will have another stream, probably with a party stream with Red. Then Saturday is off. Sunday again, same time. All of them are same times, by the way. With that out of the way, I will conclude tonight's stream. Anyone? Let me check something. Let me check. By any chance, is anyone raidable? Let me have a look. By any chance, is anyone raidable? Okay, I'll drop you off at Ryan, okay? For those of you lurkers who are going to be awake for a while, I will drop you off at Ryan's. Let me check. Let me just sort it out. Please bear with me for a few seconds, lurkers. Wrong button. Wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. There we go. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Lurkis, please don't leave. Where there she is. Save. Okay. The stream will be ending very shortly, okay, Lurkis? And I thank you all for taking time out of your morning or evening to watch me. And I'm going to redirect you all to Ryan if you want to stay online for just a little bit longer, okay? I'll see you all in the next stream on Friday, same time. See you, Lurkis, and take care of yourself.